Testing 1 2 3 mic check. Testing 1 2 3 mic check. Testing levels. Testing levels. Testing levels. Oh man, bro, I did it again, man. Freaking fucking overslept, bro. Trying to freaking make content, bro. I can't do it, bro. Like it's too much work. I can't. I need some help, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Like trading and freaking like trying to like do the content and everything, bro. It's too much, bro. Like it's too much. Like I freaking stayed up. That shit killed me, bro. Staying up all night and then streaming. And then like staying up all night and then staying in the markets and then freaking I went to sleep. But then because I went to sleep so early, I woke up like at some odd time and look at this. Look, my personal information showing. Oh shit. All right. All right. All right. Yeah. Yeah, bro. My position was like all the way back in the green, bro. And now it's not. Now it's not. Dude, I'm about to close this shit out, bro. Look, right around here, bro. I was all the way back in the green, bro. Like I was up. But now look, there's like bullishness coming in the market, bro. And I'm not trying to stick around to see if this shit's gonna fuck if it's gonna whatchamacallit. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. See some red prints. At this point, I just need to stop the pain, bro. I can't take it. It's too much pain, bro. It's too much pain. I wish I could play some real music, bro. Damn, that Tupac No More Pain would be perfect right now. Off that Machiavelli. Off that Machiavelli. I mean, some of y'all might be too young to know about that. Y'all might be too young to know about the best rapper that ever lived. I see this wick though. Like, bro, let's go back and look at what happened. Let's go back and look at what happened, bro. Like, something's wrong with this though. All right, there we go. Look, remember I was feeling all that pain from the market running up? Look at this. I was feeling all that pain. I endured it. We tanked back down, bro. Look at it. Look. Right here, bro. My shit was back in the green, bro. And I overslept. And look, we've run up since then. All this. Dog, I just need to get out, bro. But I can't bring myself to do it. God. bro, this shit, like, I was up like 250 right around here, bro. When I first woke up, I glanced at the markets for a second, but I had to, you feel me, set things up and like brush my teeth, make coffee, and do all that. By the time I got back, this is where we're at. I mean, my expiration isn't for a couple more days though. But what's happening by me staying around and sitting in this position, not only is it looking like slowly but surely it's moving more and more against me, but I'm experiencing a lot of opportunity loss. That's the opportunity lost is worse than just the regular the P&L losses, if you ask me. But I just want to see if we're gonna at least wash back out down here to the bottom of this range here, so I can at least recapture some of my gains, bro. And like I went to sleep, right? But because I went to sleep at such an odd time in the day, like I ended up waking up at like 11:30 p.m. You feel me? Like something like that. And because I woke up at that time, um I like made a little bit of content last night. If you go back and look, I streamed for like an hour, like doing a recap, which, you know, where I had seen that the position had moved back in my favor. And then I was showing you guys. I streamed, but I made some content, like some actual clips, some stream clips that are ready that I'm gonna upload. But I said all that to say I woke up at that odd time and thought, okay, I got, a couple hours of resting. Maybe I could stay up just for like an hour or so and knock out some content real quick, get back in bed, and then wake up on time. But obviously, I couldn't do that. I set two alarms. I slept through both. But I don't know, like, I don't know, does your alarm work if you have do not disturb on? Because I have my do not disturb on. Like, I'm ready to hire someone to freaking run all this social media shit. They gotta know what they're doing though. They gotta know how to freaking edit content and run social media. Because I think it's too much to freaking trade full time, edit content, and run social media. It's too much for one person. Maybe when I was younger, I could do it. But as you get older, bro, you need more rest. I remember freaking when I like back in like high school days and shit, staying up for days. Staying up for days and shit. Partying, fucking going to school, swearing to myself I'd never do it again, and doing it again. And freaking just look at all them red prints though. That's the only thing that's making me stay in this position. Look, I was up like 50% on the contracts this morning. Now I'm only up 12%. I transferred all my freaking gains out and because I've been locked in this position. Like all my buying power is tied up because that's my fail safe. Like I transfer my gains out, so in case I start like, you know what I mean, like trading emotionally or you feel me, like, that's just my fail safe. I always transfer my gains out, so even if I do some effing up, I can't F up that much. You feel me? That's another way I manage my risk. See, I'm seeing these red prints, but the only thing that's scaring me, right, is, yeah, we ran up and I knew this was BS, and I knew we were gonna tank. That's why I didn't get out up here. We did tank, right? Tanked more. Down here, I'm in the green, deep in the green, deep in the money on the options. Right here and right here. But this is where I overslept at. And as I overslept, this thing ran up against me. That sucks, bro. But at this point, I feel like just taking whatever you know what I mean, whatever I can get at this point and starting over fresh, bro. Because honestly, like I don't swing trade, but this thing has turned into a swing trade. It's turned into a swing trade. I don't know how. I mean, I know how, but I don't know why. So what we really need to see is this thing sell back off to the bottom of the range, dog. And look, we're playing around up here with this 9 EMA again. Look, everything was looking bearish. Around 10 o'clock was the optimal time. Apple was down here at 149.50s, 149.60s. That was the optimal time. But now we got Hopium running. We got Hopium running freaking on overdrive right now, bro. But bro, like the state of the financial system in the US and abroad is not in good shape. So all this rallying we're seeing, bro, like, I mean, yeah, I'm happy if people are taking advantage of the short-term moves intraday, bro, but do not. I mean, first of all, this isn't financial advice, all right? This is for informational purposes only. I want to get that out the way. But, yeah, take advantage of the moves intraday. It doesn't matter whether it's to the upside or the downside. Obviously, you're supposed to do that. I do that. But I just want to make sure that people are not putting all of their marbles in this basket that the bottoms are in. Okay? But again, this is not financial advice. Nothing wrong with long-term investing and dollar cost averaging. You feel me? Now, if you got enough money where you can just dollar cost average all through this and it won't affect you one bit, then do that. But I don't think it's wise. But if you got money like that, I mean, over the longer term, that's going to work out. But I just feel like you shouldn't be long-term investing and dollar cost averaging in a market that the bottom's going to fall out this thing soon. The only way that doesn't happen, the only way that that doesn't happen, that we don't uh see a deep bottom and the bottoms aren't in, is if things get so bad that the Fed has to pivot. If the Fed pivots, then you know what I mean, then you can operate like the bottoms are in. But the Fed hasn't pivoted yet. But they're playing games though, because they're being hawkish here, but they're bailing out the banks, like the EU, like across the pond. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what it's called, the English bank and all that over there. Like they're playing hawk over here, but at the same time they're bailing them out. So that leads me to believe that, there's a chance they could reverse course and pivot. You feel me? Because how you can be hawkish and trying to drain liquidity out the market, like you can't do both. You can't drain liquidity out the market, but inject liquidity into the markets across the pond. You feel me? Because the net sum of both is you're injecting liquidity. You feel me? So that's what has me. That's the bull case that the bottoms could be in, and that's why we're seeing all this running up. But if you take what the Fed is saying at face value, then the bottoms aren't in. The market moves a lot off of what the Fed says, but for the people that look a little bit more deeper into things and are critical thinkers, it's not always what they say, but what they do. And I seen them injecting liquidity into the world market, not the US market, the world markets. And all my information is backed up. You can go find it. I'm not just here talking, bro. Like, what's wrong with my webcam, my guy? My webcam's messed up. I gotta get everything set up right. Still haven't had a chance to set everything up right. All right. I mean, on the day I'm up. You feel me? I'm up 15% on the contracts. But I was up like 50%. down here. I was up like 50% down here. But I don't know, man. After seeing this run up and then a healthy pullback back down to VWAP and then continuing to make higher lows and be in a bullish pattern, I don't think, I don't know if we get back down there. It's looking very doubtful right now. Because looking at the SPY, the Qs and Apple, yeah, they were looking weak, but some strength has come back. And not only has some strength come back, but these things are way above all the indicators right now. Their front side. I mean, the SPY's front side. The Qs are still backside, even though they're closing in on red to green. Apple's still backside, but above all the indicators. Meta's still backside, but above all the indicators. If you don't know what front side and backside means, I mean, it just means if we're red to, if we've gone red to green yet. So the SPY's front side, the Qs out and Apple and Meta are still backside. Look. So honestly, until, even though it's looking bullish, and until we get up to red to green, like, I feel like it's still bearish and a slightly higher time frame. Look at the heat map. SPY looking good. Tesla looking good. SOXL is in the green, which would, if you see SOXL in the green, that would automatically lead you to believe that Nvidia and AMD are in the green, because this is a semiconductor, the bull semiconductor. SOXL is long. If you're long semiconductors, SOXS is your short, but it's also got 3 times the leverage in it. These are for people that, you don't want some leverage, but don't want to trade options or can't trade options. Man, I don't know. I think I should just go ahead and cash out. I'm tired of being in this position, bro. It's taking up all my time. You feel me? The opportunity cost has been gross. It's been gross. I apologize for oversleeping. I'm not gonna do it again. God willingly. But I was working on content though. last night. I got some good content on the way. All right, you see that rejection off of the short term and the 9, and then right here you see this wick reaching up and rejecting off the 9, and then this bearish pattern. We want to see that continue. We want to see a bunch of red prints. We want to see this bearish pattern continue and ultimately get down to VWAP and the 120. It's looking like some bearishness is trying to come in, but you can't be sold on it just yet because the big boys are looking. They're putting in a bearish pattern right now, but they're above the 9 EMA. You know what that 9 does? It acts as a springboard. And I'll give you an example. See that? The big boys put in a bearish pattern, but look, there's a wick on the bottom. It's bouncing off of the 9 and the 10. Therefore, even though the markets are putting in a bearish pattern, until these big boys can crack the 9, you can't say for sure. Can't say for sure. I mean, nothing's for sure. Anyways, nothing's for sure anyways. But look, what we want to see is the big boys come down here, crack this short term, and crack the 9 EMA especially. The short term is a short term. The 9 EMA is more holds more weight to me. But looking at the price action on the 9, it looks like it was trying to crack for a second. This is a 5-minute chart. Now look, on the 2-minute, we've already cracked it. But we're trying to bounce now. On the 2-minute, that thing's rejecting off the 9. But there's a wick on the bottom. But there's also a wick on the top, reaching up and rejecting off the 9. So that candle, this is a doja candle, kind of. We want to see it, and it's trying to turn into a bullish candle. We want to see it turn into a doja candle and then turn into a bullish candle. I meant a bearish candle. Excuse me. Want to see it turn into a doja candle and then a bearish candle. We're looking at this volume here. Increasing buying volume. But it was struggling here. So that means since it was struggling, there was a lot of buyers there. Now, if there's not as much buyers here as there was there, we should crack it. See that long wick on top? All right, my position has moved uh aggressively in my direction. As you can see from the chart, look, we rejected, and then we've been systematically stepping down, putting in a bearish pattern. I want to see that bearish pattern continue and pick up some velocity on the tape here. So I can get back to where I was at. At least here. I want to get back down here. Because again, if we're being honest, this right here, this run up, yeah, it was justified because there was a catalyst out there. But after the catalyst, look what happened. Look at that. That shows you that people were just bullish and maybe using the catalyst as like a short-term um opportunity to make some cash. They were just trading it. They were trading it. They weren't they weren't sold on it on the long term. Or it could have been because I seen some upgrades come out also on Meta from the financial sector. They upgraded Meta. They put a price target of 200 or 220. But I mean, when are they talking about? When do they expect that price target to be valid? After the bottoms are in? Or you feel me? Because I don't know. That don't sound realistic to me. They must be talking about after the bottoms are in. And you can't really, bro, you can't just blindly follow what the mainstream media tells you. Anyways, otherwise you're just a sheeple. 'Cause I've seen the mainstream media consistently be wrong. I've seen them consistently be wrong, bro. All the outlets. Because again, they're all controlled, bro. Mainstream media is controlled. They only say what they're allowed to say. I mean, I mean, that's just the way it is, bro. Can't can't be mad at that. Because if hey, if my boss was paying me millions of dollars to say certain things, I'd say those things too. But I don't want to have a boss. I want to be the boss. That's the difference. Seen those red prints? I mean, looking at this, see, this was just a tank, right? It looks like a emotional tank or something, right? Just like some bullishness coming in, but buyers running out of steam. Then logic comes in and we tank back down. All right. And then this was like just a bullish pattern. You feel me? Stepping up, putting in higher lows, stepping up, putting in higher lows. This is different. This is systematic stepping down. This looks more logical. You feel me? Look, higher low, I meant lower low, lower low, lower low, lower low. That looks more like a logical pattern. That, you know what I mean? That's a pattern. This is erratic. Well, let's see if we try to catch a bounce here. What level is this? Because we could be at a key level right here. Because we bounced off of that thing twice. No, I mean, kind of. Like right here we rejected. Right here we kind of bounced. So 134. Yeah, that's a key level. We weren't even able to get down to it. So we could bounce right here. And notice that same 134 level, the same level that we're bouncing off right now on Meta, is the level that we're bouncing off of on the Qs. It's the 282.70s. And then SPY, where we're trying to bounce right now, is 386.50. And then Apple, we're bouncing off the 151.50, I believe. So that's why we're seeing some bounce come in right now. So really what we want to see is the SPY, the Qs, and Apple crack these levels that they're at to see some to see some continuation to the downside. They're trying to base and catch a bid here, catch a bounce here, but the 9 EMA is directly above it. That's why it's having trouble bouncing. But they're also at key levels. So this could be a critical moment. See that wick on Meta on the top? That wick on the top signifies that there's sellers there. It's trying to bounce up, but they keep selling to it. They keep selling into the strength. And notice, look at the volume bars down here. Bunch of red and then increasing volume right here. So what we want to see is more increasing volume to crack this level, this 134. All those red prints. All those red prints. Bunch of red prints. They're trying to save it. Trying to save it. Trying to save it. But I'm seeing volume down here that's looking mostly red. At the same time, though, I see the big boys putting in a bullish pattern here. All right. So it bounced off that level. But I mean, yeah, the SPY, the Qs, and Apple bounce off that level and reclaim the 9. But Meta, because Meta had that positive catalyst yesterday, it ran up a little more than everything else. So I would think that because it ran up a little more than everything else, today it would be a little weaker than everything else. If we're thinking logically. But again, you know about logic. There is none. See, Meta wanted to crack this level, but because there's strength coming in on the big boys, it's holding it up. Hey, some weirdness happened last night too. So I was trying to upload the videos, the content that I woke up and made. And like YouTube did some shit I never seen it do before. It stopped my uploads and gave me an error message. Said something about the content wasn't allowed or something. But it was no different than any content that I've always uploaded. So that was very weird. I'm telling you, bro. That's something. It's not. It's something that I noticed that doesn't sit well with me. What I noticed is like on TikTok especially. TikTok, because I have a gaming channel too. I do gaming too, right? So I got a YouTube channel that does gaming, and I also have TikTok that does gaming, right? But recently I've been focusing on the finance stuff, only because I've been going hard on my financing and my investing, right? And what I noticed is that TikTok will sit there and let me upload 50 gaming clips, right? 50 gaming clips I used to be able to upload all at the same time in a row, because I render them out on Media Encoder. So I can render out 50 clips at the same time, basically, like one after another. And then I can have freaking 50 windows open, uploading all at the same time. And at first, they were letting me upload as like 50 clips, bro, like unlimited. And then it went down to like 25. Then it went down to like 20. Then it went down to 15. And it went Now, like on my gaming, like that's where it's at. It's around 10 to 15 clips a day. But when I start uploading finance stuff, like real information that can actually help people, they cap that off. They capped it off, bro. One day they only let me upload 2 clips. That's weird, bro. They'll let you know. They'll let you know, like, you know what I mean? Whomever is in control of everything wants you to be wasting your time. They want you to waste your time on bull crap. You know what I mean? That can't help you get ahead. They're fine with you sitting there and gaming and watching gaming clips and 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 stuff that what doesn't have the ability to help you get ahead in life. They're fine with that. But what stuff that has the ability to help you get ahead in life, you feel me? And bring you some financial literacy and has the potential for you to create some generational wealth and pass that knowledge down, they have a problem with you getting that information. They want you wasting your time watching gaming clips. I don't know, bro. I don't know about you, but that don't seem right to me. I mean, these are just my opinions, though. They're my opinions, but at the same time, like, I mean, I actually experienced it. This isn't a theory. This actually happened. So I'm just letting you know, man. And I mean, nothing wrong with gaming. Like, I love gaming. You feel me? But like, in order for me to be able to game, like I gotta make some money. I wish I would have like freaking started the finance TikTok first because like I'm damn near at 10,000 followers on my gaming shit. And once you hit that threshold, like there's a certain threshold you can hit with followers on there where you can then upload like you get more resources. Like you can live stream, uh you can like, post your website and all that type of stuff. Like I've hit that threshold on the gaming one, but not on the finance one. Like whenever I tried to upload like finance clips to my gaming thing, they didn't do as well because of the algorithm. So that's why I decided to just make a separate one. That way the algorithm isn't slowing down my thing, like my momentum. My original goal though was to you know, because I'm watching these markets. I don't want to say too much. If you want to hear the original goals and the real deal, go to my Patreon. This thing's been systematically stepping down. We cracked the 134, tried to get back up there, rejected off of it. Now some bullishness is coming in. What we want to see is a rejection off the 134 and not a reclamation of it. But it looks like the bullishness and the big boys are the bullishness and the big boys are trying to drag it up. The SPY is now trying to reclaim the 9. The Qs are also trying to reclaim the 9, but there's a wick reaching up and rejecting. On the SPY, that wick is rejecting off the 9 and the short term, but trying to reclaim. On the Qs, the wick is reaching up and rejecting off the 9. The short term is above it, but it's trying to reject. And then on Apple came down and bounced off the 151.50. And it seems like there's another level up here, a key level. And let me see, this key level is 152 or 151.90. Or 151.75. Nice round numbers. This thing's like trying to break above shit. It's trying to break above shite. Remember the other day I was saying, like, you know, the channels I watched that really taught me a lot, you feel me, and how to trade and stuff like that. And I was talking and I was saying, like, HT as far as the trading and the price action. Another channel that I watch, but it's not really focused on like trading, like intraday trading and price action and the mechanics, but where you can get some good information from as far as like the a macroscopic view of everything. Oh, because I'm watching this price action. You know what? I'm like, I don't want to talk too much, bro. If you want the real deal information, head over to my Patreon. Especially because last time when I started giving out some game, my shit started acting crazy. I'm not trying to have that happen again. So, and you don't have to, I mean, bro, you don't have to go, you don't have to go to my Patreon because I don't depend on that to make money. I make my money from trading, but I just want other people to also make money from trading. That's why I have the Patreon. So that's on you. I set that up specifically for people that wanna you feel me, take it to the next level and actually become, you know what I mean, be a boss, be their own boss. But if you ain't, if you like, you gotta you gotta be willing to help yourself, bro. If you want other people to help you. See some bullishness trying to come in on the big boys here. We got Apple bouncing off that 151 um the 151.60 151.60s handle, which also happens to be the 9 EMA and the short term. So we could see some follow through on Apple right here. And then I'm seeing a lot of volume come in on the SPY right now. Look. One and a half million shares. This is 2.5 million shares. This is 1.5 million. But notice on 1.5 million shares, look, it was way down here. They had to come in with that many shares to buy it up and try to save it, to try to get it past the 9. And it's still having trouble. Look, it's turning into a doji candle with volume increasing. So that lets you know the market wants to go ahead and sell off, but you feel me? There's some buyers that are stopping that from happening. So once the buyers run out of steam here, and it's freaking lunchtime, it's midday. That could also be why you're seeing some bounce come in, because it's midday and there's not as much volume in the markets right now. But that lets you know that maybe if it wasn't midday and we didn't see all this volume come in right here, this thing would tank. I see a bullish pattern getting put in on the Qs. We've consistently put in higher lows for consecutively for 3 candles, stepping up and crossing over the 9 EMA. And the thing's looking like it wants to keep going. But notice we're seeing a bullish pattern on the big boys, but we're seeing Meta fading. Because again, that catalyst yesterday, that catalyst, bro. The catalyst caused some bullishness to come in on this thing. But if people really believed in the catalyst, I would think it would keep running. But if it's not running, it's stepping down, which makes me think that whoever saw the catalyst only treated it as a short term, you know what I mean, trade. Just drawing this little trend line here to make sure that we continue in the downtrend. Once I see us break this downtrend, I have to seriously consider exiting the position. And also, we have VWAP right here. So it's going to make it harder for this downtrend to stay intact because we got VWAP here, which is going to act as a support and possibly a spot for us to bounce off of. Now, if the downtrend stays intact and we crack VWAP, I can expect to see more downside. And they've come in with another gang of shares of volume on the SPY trying to save it. Look at this. 1.5 million shares. Look, I was trying to sell off. They came in with 1.5 million shares and saved it again. Turned it into a doji candle. And now look, we got a wick on top. The wick on top right now is longer than the wick on the bottom, signifying that there's more sellers than buyers. So they are going to have to come in with another 1.5 million shares to save it, and they did not. It was enough to create a higher low, though. So we'll see. We just got to keep our eye on that. Bro, like, I swear, bro, I feel like I missed out on so much opportunity this week because I've been stuck in this trade. Because there's definitely some bullishness to trade off of this week. But again, it's bear market rallying. You're gonna see, like, the bear market rallies are gonna, like, continue. Like, you'll see cycles of bear market rallies. That's why you need to keep your bias neutral. Look, so right now it looks like this downtrend wants to stay intact. We're trying to crack VWAP. Let me check my stream and make sure everything's good. What is it telling me about disk space available? Like, I'm not recording this. I better not be. Look, we had 83 dropped frames out of 250,000. Frames missed due to rendering lag, 0. Skipped frames, 0. Stream's doing pretty good. And look, we got the downtrend trying to stay intact here. Cracked VWAP. Bunch of red prints. Red prints equals head dents for people that think the bottoms are in. For people that think the bottoms are red, for people, for the logical people, the bottom's your friend. Because that's when we come in and buy the dip. When the bottoms are in. The thing's trying to crack. Big boys are trying to crack, but they're buying it up. If this thing cracks, I mean, everything's backside except for the SPY. If the SPY manages to get down here to this red to green line, which is also VWAP right now. Let me show you. See? Rejected off the short term in the 9. Trying to go down, but they're buying it up. They're buying it up. It hit 3. It hit 386 flat. And they bought it up. So what we want to see is this thing come down here and crack the 386. But if the SPY gets down here to this previous close, cracks that and cracks VWAP, we can go ahead and deduce that this little cycle of bear market rallying is over. Only if the SPY gets down there and cracks that level. It's going to be hard. It's a big ask. But in a logical market, if you look at the macro, if you take a look at the overall economy, like on a macro, from a macro level, like world economy and all, I mean, I would expect that to happen. If the U.S. if the U.S. didn't inject liquidity into the world market, we would have been uncracked all that. They're trying to drain liquidity out of the U.S. market, right? To get this inflation and everything under control. But like, you can't be draining liquidity out of our market, but injecting liquidity into the world market, because that means that you're not changing anything. If you ask me, I mean, I'm no economist, but I know how to do simple addition and subtraction. Simple addition and subtraction. You're subtracting liquidity from the U.S. markets, but you're adding liquidity to the world market. And it's all one big market. So therefore, the sum of that is zero. So it's just simple addition and subtraction, bro. I mean, I didn't major in math or nothing, but I did take some math classes in college. And I had a 3.75 GPA as well. Now, now my contracts are up 33%. And I'm seeing some increasing red volume coming in here, bro. A bunch of red prints. Red prints equals head dents for those that think the bottoms are in. But all the logical people know that the bottom's your friend whenever we get there. Problem is, we're not there yet. No, this is going to be the real test here. Will we continue to sell off and respect this downtrend and crack this 120? Because if we crack that 120, I think we have substantial room to the downside more. More substantial room to the downside. And see, this is the exact reason why, even though I was feeling all that pain, especially up here when I was at max loss, and critical, it was critical for me there, and I was feeling the most pain up there. But I didn't go ahead and cash out. I didn't stop out because I just knew it in my heart that as soon as I did, and I was getting ready to do it up here, bro, but I was like, bro, as soon as I stop out and realize the loss, we're gonna tank down. And look, dude, is that a tank or what, bro? I would have been hot, dog. I would have been raging. Remember what I said? This is the real test. If we come down here and crack this 120, and look what's happening around that 120, trying to catch a bounce. Let's see what this level is. It's looking like 132.68, 132.70s. We're just gonna call it 132.75. I mean, bunch of chop around here, bunch of rejection and consolidation. So 132.75, critical. Now I'm seeing the Qs try to put in a higher low, but there is a wick reaching up and rejecting off the 9 EMA. And remember, the Qs are already backside. The SPY has yet to get, the SPY is yet to go backside. It's still above our previous close red to green line. But it is rejecting and trying to head down. The problem with the SPY is it's putting in a bearish pattern to the downside, right? Something like that. The problem with the SPY is even though it's putting in a bearish pattern, once it gets down to this previous close, red to green, obviously that's a significant level by itself. What's gonna really give it issues is that VWAP is right there with it. So if you see that thing come down here and crack this little area right here, you can go ahead and say that this little bear market rallying is over with. Right here. Let's see what this looks like on the 10-minute. I mean, the 10-minute, that thing looks even more weak. Look at that. Look at the divergence from the 9 EMA in the short term right around here. Everything's been kind of like you know, correlated, but there is some divergence right here. I don't know what that was around lunchtime. We had some serious divergence between those two. And then right around 10:40, we had some divergence between between VWAP and the short term, and 10:20 divergence between VWAP and the 9 EMA. And then basically at market open, the 120 diverged. We had divergence from the 120 on everything. So that lets you know that around this time, all this bullishness was just rallying, obviously. But look how far away the 120 is from everything. And that's far, bro. Again, if the price action is moving in your direction, obviously that's good. But you don't want to see it move too far and fast in your direction, like going straight up or straight down. Because when you see moves like that, it's emotional. An emotional price action is I mean, it's good for short-term trading, but for long-term, it's not good. Like emotional freaking price action is good for day traders, because day traders like to trade off of the volatility and inconsistencies in the market. That's where they make their bread and butter at. Now you see Meta increasing selling volume, coming down here and cracking the 120. Now my contracts are up 37%. 37% is huge. But after all this, I'm expecting to see us at least come down here. At least right here. Because if you zoom out and look, sold off, caught a bounce, you know what I mean? Tried to, and this is after hours. So it really, I mean, can't put much stock in it. But, you know, there was a lot of consolidation and bouncing and price action around this level. But honestly, this is where we, you know what I mean? We just ripped through on some crazy bullishness. So I would expect us to at least get back here. And if we get back there, at least get back like around here. About right there. 129. If we crack this 120. We're trying to crack it, but they're trying to save it. They're trying to save it. I'm gonna go to the 10-minute on Meta here. And look at Meta on the 10-minute. Ooh, I've seen a bunch of red prints. Look at Meta on the 10-minute. It's an upside down V. You take this chart and flip it upside down. It's a V-shaped recovery. But this thing's an upside down V. So all of that bullishness we seen, that running up from yesterday, this is giving it all back. And again, that's why I didn't close out that position. Look, I was about to close out up here for max loss. But again, I couldn't bring myself to do it. It's and the main reason was because it made no sense. Because again, there are still 3 days left to expiration. Look, increasing volume, selling. And this is lunchtime. So imagine when the big boys get back. Look at this. Increasing volume. Look at these red bars, bro. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 16 out of the 17 last candles and our volume bars were all red selling. If that isn't bearish, I don't know what is. Contracts up 39%. 39.05%. 40%. So anyone that freaking sold this rip up here and sized up decent, it's freaking printing right now, bro. Cause my shit's printing, and I've been stuck in this position. But anyone that sold this rip to the downside with some decent size, fucking printing. So this rip, I've never used this tool before. What is it? Triangle? Anyone that sold that rip right there. So you would have, you know what I mean? You would have grabbed the 135 puts. And grab the 135 puts. Because you want to grab the ones that are closest to the money, like closest to the money in the direction that you're expecting the price action to go. So right here we were at we're at 135.50s. Or even right here, 135.80s. I meant 38. So you would have grabbed the 135 puts. And you would have grabbed the ones that are expiring the soonest. So that would have been expiration of the 28th of October. And you would have printed. And because, see, because you're grabbing the ones that have a close expiration anyways, like you're not really too concerned with theta, with time decay, because you're scalping. You're day trading, like you're not holding these, you're not holding them. So you don't care about time decay. Because if the position, if you're wrong, you're going to know you're wrong off rip, and you're just going to go ahead and get out the position. But if you're right, those things print. Because look, you would have grabbed the 135. Look where we're at. We're at 132. Look at this increase in selling volume, bro. I don't know what to think. Now my contracts are up 40%. 40.95%. So now, back to the critical thinking. What happens when the big boys come in? Do they see that we've been selling off consistently? And since everyone now sees that we've been selling off consistently and think that we're going to downtrend and it's bearish, do they now come in and do the opposite? Or do they feel like more people are still believing that more people still have a bullish disposition, and then they just crack this thing and induce the maximum amount of pain? This is where the critical thinking comes in. Because honestly, right now, my contracts are up 41.9%. And I can get out. But if we're being honest and looking at the sell-off, I expect us to give back all of that. All of this. I mean, we're about 3/4 of the way there. I expect us to give back all of this. And if we give back all of this, all of this. And it's going to be hard because this is a level right here. 130, 150s. But if we give back all of this, then I expect us to come back down here. Back down to 130. Contracts up 43%, bro. 43.8%. Oh my God. Test and test 1, 2, 3, mic check. Mic check. Like check. Like check. Mic check. Like check on my stream. Oh, you seen all those red prints? Look at all this red volume down here. Look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 18 out of the 19 last candles were bearish and red selling volume, bro. 18 out of 19. Look at this. Increase in volume. What is this level? 130, 147? Where did I get that from? Oh, that's just where I was wanting us to come down to so I could go ahead and cash out. All right. I mean, that thing's under investigation now. One 147. That's just under investigation, my guy. Oh my God, bro. You want to talk about a bearish market? Look at this. Ooh. Oh my God. The SPY done cracked. Went green to red. Now it's backside. Not only that, it freaking cracked VWAP and is heading down with velocity. Look at this. Notice the wicks on top. Bro. That's the SPY. Look at the Qs. Oh my God, bro. Look at that thing. Now, the Qs are, look, say we try to catch a bounce off the 120. Too much downward momentum, bro. Look at this. Just increasing volume, selling volume. 260,000, 600,000, 530,000, 652,000, 900,000. Increasing selling volume, bro. So, look, this little zone up here, what is it? 283, 284. I mean, that is a significant level. That is a supply zone. Otherwise known as a resistance. Look at the general. Bro, this thing done. Oh my God, bro. Look at this. Oof. Oh my God, bro. Look. The 150s. These are critical. These are critical levels for Apple. Look, 150's right there. We just came down and bounced off of 150 17. We'll just call it 150 20. Dog, for anyone that freaking was on point and had their levels drawn out and shit, excuse my French, had their levels drawn out and shite, and knew that we would possibly reject up here at this 151. I mean, you can call it 152, but I'd really be like, because I like to encompass as many wicks as possible. So the 151.90s, remember that was a critical level from the other day. So for anyone that was like on point, had their levels drawn out, and seeing us topping out, and went ahead and sold the rip to the downside, print it. We're starting to see some bounce come in now. Notice the time. The big boys are back. I mean, I think my contracts are up more. Now they're only up 43%. But bro, this is critical because the Qs are trying to bounce off the 120 right now. The SPY is not even hasn't approached the 120 yet. The SPY tried to bounce off. The SPY bounced off of 383.75. The Qs are trying to bounce off the 120 right now, which is like 280. 280 20s, but now it looks like the Qs are cracking the 120 and heading lower. Look. There's the 120. So look, it came down to the 120, bounced, tried to do a little something, tried to reclaim, hold it. Next candle opened up in a bearish pattern beneath the previous candle, wick reaching up and rejecting off the 120. See, there's some type of support down here. Cause look at these wicks. They both came down there and touched it and bounced at 279.75. I'm seeing a lot of red prints on Meta though. Notice how yesterday when we were doing all that running up, right? And Meta was looking bullish. When I was looking at the news, it was like, oh, this company upgrades Meta to a $200, 220 price target. There was a agreement or partnership between MetaPay and JP Morgan Chase. And basically, it was a bunch of bullish news, right? I showed it on, like I looked at it on the stream. I'll try to find it again. But basically, like bullish catalysts, right? Yesterday. You know what I mean? Mainstream media leading all the cows to slaughter with all that bullishness. Let's look at the news today. Tech titans get slaughtered. Will Meta, Apple, Amazon earnings revive the sector? Tech titans get slaughtered. Bruh, you can't make this up, bro. What did I say? Leading all the cows to slaughter. Meta platforms. Facebook options imply 11% move in share price post earnings. U.S. stocks, S&P 500 Dow come out of tech gloom on hopes of slower rate hikes. On hopes. But let's go. I want to see the news from yesterday. Tech tumbles as results. Sound alarm bells. Meta platforms Snap shares slump. Meta platforms hit with $18.6 million fine. But I want to see the news from yesterday. How do I see the news from yesterday? Let's look at analyst ratings. Oh, wait, okay. Right here. This is the news from yesterday. Meta analyst sees higher upside for stock. Apple's iMessage, FaceTime reportedly working again. Stocks gain midday as confidence. How do stocks gain as consumer confidence drops? So that didn't make any sense to me. Meta Pay partners with JP Morgan to expand availability. So that's bullish. U.S. equity indices jump while yields fall as consumer confidence manufacturing drop more than forecast. That's bearish. JP Morgan Chase merchants can now receive payments through MetaPay. That's bullish. Same thing, bullish. Meta executive says MetaPay partners with JP Morgan to expand MetaPay as a checkout option to their network of merchants. That is bullish. Mark Zuckerberg's metaverse, a project car that's not good, not fun, says Oculus founder. That's bearish, and I agree with that. Meta platforms to 200 plus this analyst. See, they're putting in all this bullish news, bro. They put in all this bullish news. For this to happen. That's why you can't put too much stock in what the mainstream media feeds you, bro. Because again, they're only telling you what they're allowed to tell you. Now my contracts are up 42.8%. And this is around where my price target was. The big boys are back. But if we're being honest, dude, this wasn't supposed to happen. Therefore, I feel like we should give all of that back and at least get down here. Like right around here. Right down there. Look, that's where I was feeling the maximum amount of pain at. Up here. I was feeling max pain, bro. And I had been up all night, so I was tired. But look at this. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. So out of the last 22 candles and or volume bars, 20 of them have been red selling volume, which has been increasing. Which leads me to think that this level is going to be correct, and it is so far, and we have more downside to that next level that I drew. Look at this. Increasing volume, bro. 450,000 shares so far. I'm counting. Look at the heat map now. The only thing that's left in the green is Tesla. Because success doesn't count, it's bearish. So by this being in the green, that means stock sells in the red. So only thing left standing that's still green as far as like the watch list that I have here on the heat map is Tesla. And I'm seeing a bunch of red print still. Okay? Now the SPY has cracked red to green. All right? And the last major hurdle is going to be the 120. If the SPY comes down here and cracks this 120, the SPY comes down here and cracks this 120, bro. This right here. I have a level drawn here. 383.73. 383.75. It's fighting for that level right now. We've bounced off of it twice. It's trying to bounce off of it again. But notice we've been putting in lower lows and lower highs consecutively here now, and this is a 10-minute chart. So look at this pattern from the top. Just bearish. And I just seen my screen flash. That signifies that a big move's coming. You would think it'd be to the downside. This thing got a long way to go to break this downtrend, bro. But again, if we see the SPY crack this level and come down here and crack the 120, look out below. And again, bro, like I'm not like I don't bro, I take no pleasure in delivering bearish news, bro. Like I don't get pleasure out of that. I want bro, I want the market to be bullish and I want everyone to make money. Right? But that's over the long-term higher time frame, because historically the market just goes up. But and I want everyone to make money. I want to make money. I want everyone to make money. So I take no pleasure in delivering bearish news, bro, or like doing technical analysis that's bearish. But at the same time, dog, I just have to keep it real, bro. And I'm definitely not gonna, what I'm not gonna do is lose money just because I want the market to be bullish. No, I'm going to keep a neutral bias intraday, which then allows me to capitalize on moves, whether they are to the upside or the downside. That's what you have to do if you're gonna if you want to consistently make money. Like you can't be married to one direction or the other. Yeah, I know it sucks if you've been long-term investing and you know what I mean, like your long-term portfolio is taking a hit, but I mean, dude, all the freaking all the signs were there, bro. All the signs were there, bro. So you had ample amount of time. And I don't know what just disconnected. All right, one of my drives. But see, that concerns me because like when I looked at OBS, it was counting how much space I had left on my drive. I don't know why it would do that if I'm not recording. Contracts up 47.6%. Bro, that's a lot, bro. Still seeing red prints. Oh, it's getting hot in here, bro. Turn on the air conditioner before my fucking computer gets too hot. Damn. 47.6%. Shit, I might be able to go ahead and order me a 4090, my guy. But no, I'm gonna wait for AMD to come out with their RX 7000. I believe the RX 7000 is gonna give NVIDIA a run for their money. Especially in rasterization, like true raw performance. What the fuck? Oh, how'd you get in here, Goldie? Oh, my freaking cat got in here somehow. My door must have been open. Give me a second. Damn. Bro, my contracts are up now 51.4%, bro. 51.43%. And look at the SPY. It's what did I tell you? If the SPY gets down here to this 120 and cracks this thing, look out below. Well, see, this is why I don't fuck. This is why I don't like. And my fund settled. My fund settled in IB. So now I just have to whatchamacallit, like pay for DAS and set everything up. Well, I haven't had time to do it because I've been stuck in this trade. I haven't had time to do it. So I'm probably just gonna wait till this weekend. I'm watching Meadow on the 10-minute over here. Bro, this thing is tanking, dog. Once it's up 53.3% now. Holy guacamole. Look at that. Look at Metal on the 10-minute. Look, Tesla's getting closer and closer. It was up like $4 and then $3.50. Now it's only up 2.3. Why is my triangle all messed up? Let's get rid of that. Look at this thing. What did I tell you? That, well, actually, my original price target was here. But if we're being honest, if we get down here and then we zoom out, like, that was that. But we weren't even supposed to be up there. See? So I feel like the real level is this 129.96. And looks like we're getting close to it. So this is what I don't like about Active Trader Pro. Like, I can't see. Like, I want to see what's going on down there, but I can't. Look at this. The thing just tanked so hard that and fast that like I can't even look down there. I just gotta let the freaking price action drag the chart down. Oh my God, bro. Bro, what a thesis and plan, huh? Like I said, bro. It's one thing to have a thesis and a bias and a plan. That's part of it. It's a big part of it. It's another thing entirely to have the conviction to go ahead and stick to your thesis and plan and bias and see it through. Those are two different things. So two different things. But I mean, if we're being honest, bro, if you're paying attention to the markets and actually in the markets and seeing the price action and paying attention to the not just the micro but the macro, like this thesis and plan like isn't anything special, bro. It's just it's just being able to it's just being in the markets, dog, and putting in the screen time and being able to think for yourself. That's it. You have to be able to think critically, critical thinking. And you can't be a sheeple, bro. You can't just get your information from people. You have to think for yourself, bro. And you know what I noticed? You know what I noticed? Once I stopped getting my information from people and just started coming up with my own bias and thesis and plans and stopped getting information from other sources and other people, that's when I ain't gonna lie, that's when I started actually being profitable consistently, bro. So that should tell you something right there. And it's not that, other people are trying to lead you astray or that they don't know what they're talking about or whatever. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that everyone's positions and situation are unique to them. Therefore, you also need to come up with a plan and a thesis that is unique to you. You know what I mean? That's what I mean by that. It's not to like talk bad about anyone or anything like that. Or say that I am better than anyone, because I know that's not true. You feel me? I'm just saying, like, everyone's situation is unique, bro. So, and everyone is unique. This is not a one size fits all thing. Especially when you're talking about like chat room alerts and all that. Like, I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that. So if you're getting your information from chat room alerts and people calling out uh buy and sell alerts and stuff like that, I'm gonna tell you right now, like, you should not be doing that. Yeah, it's okay to be in a good community that doesn't believe in that, that only believes in um you feel me, like giving you the information, but and like information pertinent to the stock market and maybe some catalysts, you feel me, and maybe some key levels, that's fine. But if you're in a community that's like, you know what I'm saying, sending out buy and sell orders and like giving you chat room alerts and all that, dude, like that, like I'm telling you, it's not gonna end well. I've never been in a community like that. And even though I have taken some losses and some substantial losses, they were my losses. And because they were my losses, I was able to go back and learn from them. But if you're taking losses off of chat room alerts and off of plays that aren't even your own, you can't even go back and look at what you did wrong and improve upon that. You feel me? And we're starting to see some bounce come in. I mean, my contracts are up 53.3% at this point. I really think I should just go ahead and get out. What you guys think? Think I should get out? Let me make sure my stream is working right. What you guys think? Looks pretty good to me. Think I should get out? The only thing is it's in 720p, bro. I don't know why I can't stream in 1080p all of a sudden. See this bounce? Well, I'm about to close it out. I'm not doing the same thing that I've did before. Like, this is crazy. Look. Oh God, as soon as I'm about to get out, I start getting bombarded. Kid stayed home from school. Kusa going on her stomach. Last couple of days that she's nauseous, and Adeline yesterday in the AM was super nauseous. When I picked her up from school and was still super nauseous, went to bed. Right when she got home, the kids are sick. Damn. Think I should get out? I see bounce coming in the market, bro. Look, Apple came down to this nice little round number here of 149. The Qs came down here to the bottom of the range from earlier where we started the day at. So I'll say about 278 50s and bounced. And then the SPY came down and cracked the 120 for a second, but was never able, and it did crack it, and it wicked down below it decent, but they bought it back up. So again, just just proving the validity of why I use that 120 long term. Just just proving the validity. I don't know why I mean I see a wick here though. Like this is concerning because look at all this red volume here, and now out of nowhere we got these two green bars of bullishness. Contracts are still up 52%. See? Where the hell? Like I feel like I'm missing something. Where's my thumbnail at? Like, bro, this thumbnail. Where can I get that from? I want that thumbnail. God damn it. It's still looking weak. Let me do something real quick. I'm missing my damn thumbnail. All right. Damn, I had all these misspellings in here. The fuck? Like, I don't remember having all these misspellings in here. I thought this was already set up to be defaulted. Right, let's go ahead and save that. All right. Test 1, 2, 3, mic check. I'm going. All right, contracts are up 54.2%. And right now I'm seeing some bounce coming to the market. I feel like that's gonna be my cue. Let's look at this thing on the 2-minute. Look at that. Oh, upside down V. Wow, bro. Some volume came in there. Can't watch this on the 2-minute. Just continue to watch it on the 5. If I see some sustained bounce, I'm gonna go ahead and close out. Cause look how much shares, 500,000 shares came in to stop the hemorrhaging. I see Apple, the Qs, and the SPY all bouncing off that key level. On the SPY, the key level is 383.15, and the SPY is picking up velocity. On the Qs, it came down and bounced off 278.75, and then Apple came down and bounced off the 149. And now you can look, Tesla was down like $3 and something, or down to like $2 and something. Now it's back up to $4.50. So that tells you that there is some capital flowing into the market, some buyers. But again, Tesla likes to do its own thing. So I want to see this candle break above this chop right here before I know for sure that there's a possible reverse in play. And I seen I seen some flashing and glitching on my screen over here, which lets me know that there's a big move coming. And from the looks of things, it looks like it's going to be to the upside because we've already had the big move to the downside. But it could be a fake out. And again, also, like, damn, you seen all those red prints? I mean, if you just zoom out a little bit, oh, well, yeah, we've come down here to that level I was talking about. So that's my price target. I've hit my price target. But look at that wick. See it wicking off that level, which lets me know we couldn't, even with the bouncing coming in, Meta couldn't break above the chop here. Like where we came down to this level and bounced, and then a new candle opened on that level and continued more downward continuation. And then this candle was just like indecision, basically trading sideways consolidation. You can look at it like a healthy pullback. And then this candle, nice long wick on the top, rejecting that level. And then the next candle continued a bearish pattern, putting in a lower low and a lower high. And now the present candle has now put in another lower low with the wick reaching up and rejecting off of that level. The 130.46, might as well call it 130.50. So all of that together leads me to believe that we have more downward continuation to realize. But it's getting kind of hard. And my contracts are up 55.2%, 55.25%. But this is what is making me think it's time to go ahead and get out. Look at this, look at the cues on the 10-minute. We came down here and bounced off the 278.75. Decent. Look, came down here, tried to keep selling off. They bought it back up off that level. The next candle was kind of like a basing candle, but it looks like it put in a slight higher low or based, and then tried to continue with some downward momentum, but they bought it up decent. That's why you see the wick on the bottom. And this candle put in a higher low and tried to go up, but they sold into it, letting me know there's sellers up here. Look how long the wick is on the top. Right here. And look, it's lining up with like these candles, this candle, bounced off of that. Also the 9 EMA. This candle bounced off, came down with selling off, wicked on this level and bounced. Then came, tried to break out, rejected off that level, wicked off of it to the downside. So now, what's crucial is what happens here. Does this candle break above that level, which is looks like it wants to do? Or is this a healthy pullback on the overall continuation to the downside? And that thing has a long way to go to break into an uptrend. But I'm not trying to stick around and see. I'm more interested in just taking my gains and getting out the way at this point. 'Cause look, that's bullish. And you see the same thing on the SPY. And Meta's trying to bounce up here. Look at this buying volume. That's a nice green candle. Almost a 500,000 shares with the wick on the bottom, which lets me know there's buyers down there. What level? Oh, it's the 130. Nice round number. $130. Look at the SPY. I'm seeing red prints on metal. Look at the SPY. Sold off, came down here to this 383. $383.17, which just so happens to be where the 120 is, my long term. And then Apple, same thing. Came down here to the 150s. Might as well just call it 150. I meant 149. 148.95. And look, that thing just put in a bullish pattern. Look, bounced up, put in a decent higher low. And that thing's trying to go to the upside. But I seen a wick on top. Look, see that little baby wick? Which lets me know that they're selling into it. But at this point, I would expect some seller exhaustion to come into play here, because we've been selling off for a while now. So even though I see that baby wick, I would expect seller exhaustion. But look at Meta though. Like Meta's continuing down. Again, because Meta ran up the most yesterday. So it has the most to give back. But I don't like that wick I see on the bottom. And look, they came in with 586,000 shares of volume. And even with all that, it was just a doja candle. Which lets me know, more than likely, we still have some downside continuation on the horizon. I'm not gonna lie though, the pattern that's getting put in on the SPY and the Qs is not looking like a healthy pullback. It's looking like they finally found some support and is trying to bounce. And Apple the same thing. But look at these red prints on Meta, bro. This thing's just continuing to go. Look, now my contracts are up 57%. 57.14. They're up. And the big boys are trying to bounce, but they're running into trouble at this 9 EMA. So again, the question is, more downside continuation? I mean, reversal or healthy pullback on the overall trend to the downside. And this thing's trying to bounce now. Damn, I tried to bounce and I see a bunch of red prints come across. But I mean, that's bullish, and that's bullish. The wick on the bottom is bullish. Now my contracts are only up 54%. They were up 57. I just want to make sure that, like, if we break above this chop right here, this level, and break, reclaim my short term in the 9, I know I need to go ahead and close it out. Just definitely looking like it wants to by this volume. Look, 580,000 shares to 800,000 shares. Things looking strong, dog. Definitely bounce coming in the market. So we might have found a bottom and some support. So anyone that, you know what I mean, maybe trying to catch some of that upside move, like maybe like on the SPY, the Qs, or Apple, or any other large cap or mega cap, it's looking like right now is probably the time. Well, again, because this thing's looking like it's reversing, and it's looking like it's about to break past this level. I'm gonna close out my position. Look, as I'm trying to hurry up and close this thing out, it's freaking bouncing up more. God damn. I was up 57%. Now I'm only up 51%. That sucks. That's a huge difference. And now 51%. But I'm seeing a bunch of red prints. But it's broken above that chop. Well, it's trying to. It hasn't. I mean, it's trying to. But hasn't quite yet. Because it's rejecting off the 9. I would love to see one more hard rejection off the 9. So I can go ahead and close out for max gains down here. But it's not. It's looking like that time has come and gone. Because we're breaking past the 9. We're on that level, trying to base on the level. It's a doja candle. So we have a fight between the bulls and the bears right now. But I do see Apple it put in a bullish pattern and then got up here to it got up to the 149.50 and rejected. So because Apple rejected that level and is looks like it's still, hold on, let me go to the 5 minutes so I can get a closer look. Yeah, it rejected that level, right? And then put in a bullish, a bearish pattern. It put in a lower low and lower high. And now the present candle that put in the lower low and lower high, the wick is reaching up and rejecting off the 9. But God damn it, while I'm watching Apple, this thing's trying to bounce. And now my contracts are only up 51%. This is concerning right here. But look, there's a lot of volume coming in, but it's flashing from red to green, which lets me know that this thing could actually continue down, at least to the 129.90s. And Apple's rejecting decent. And now the Q and the SPY, the Qs are trying to reject off the 9, but Apple is rejecting decent. Look at this wick. Look at this volume. Back up to 53% on the contracts. Now 54%. Now back 53%. I would love for it. I would love to get back up to the 57% that I was up to. $54%. Look, increasing volume, and it's red. So right here, we just opened a new candle. And I'm continuing to see red prints. But a lot of times when a new candle opens up, the bulls and dip buyers see that as a chance to go ahead and buy the dip for a quick scalp to the upside. And seeing as that didn't happen, I think we can get back down here to the 129.90. Oh, no, they're trying to buy it up. Look at the wick on the bottom. They're trying to buy it up. I mean, honestly, bro, like, I'm doing the same thing again, bro. Like, I've hit my price target. I've hit my price target is decent. But I'm still in this thing expecting more downside just based off of the price action. Based off of this chart. Look. Who wouldn't expect more downside after seeing this? But if you want to think critically, who wouldn't expect means that a lot of people are expecting it, which means that's the herd mentality, that's sheeple mentality. And that is the wrong kind of mentality. What's this? Another beat I didn't finish. Hear those 808 drops up? What's this? I've seen a lot of red prints. That means head dents for the dip buyers. Get like me and you get flyer. You better cash out before your portfolio gets dire straits. Scary vibe beat with some cracking to the downside. I don't know. Are you down to ride? Your thesis and your plan. I want pieces of some grains, but not pieces. I want the whole thing. That beat be popping. Cracking. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. Contract's up 57%. If you like these beats, go to my music channel. Hey, you seen all those red prints? You need to crack this level right here. It's having trouble. I've seen a lot of red prints. That's it. This one, whatever level this is, it's 130, 129.94. Bro, thing's fighting. That's it. Here. 129.90 zip line. max gains. I already felt max pain. Now it's the flip side. Man, you better cash out before you get fried and lose all your money. And then just lose your honey because she'll leave you a widowmaker. And when I come through, I get rid of fakers. That's why I stay solo on the dolo. Love was about to crack. Oh no. This thing's not trying to break this thing, bro. I think I need to get out. I keep seeing red Brents though, dog. Give it a little more time. My contracts are up 57, 58%, 58.1%, and it's cracking. I think it's about to crack it, bro. The SPY, the Qs, and Apple are tanking. Like they went up to the 9 and freaking rejected. Look up, there's the crack. Ooh, I'm up 60%. That's it. That's it, bro. That beat hard, huh? Base drops. Trying to see some bouncing coming in, but it could just be a healthy pullback for the downside. Up 60%, 61.9%. That's it. Trying to buy it. That's it. Still cracking, bro. That's it. I just want to see the percentage. It won't let me do it. Yeah. I was trying to show you guys the P&L, like the percentages, but without showing too much personal information, but it's not letting me do it. Like I done messed up my whole freaking chart, like my whole setup now. Whatever. I'll fix it later. All right, contracts are up 61.9%, 61.90, 61.9, same thing. And now we're seeing bouncing coming in. This thing just went like, I don't know. All right, so this is crucial right here. Look, this is a 10-minute. So look, the SPY came down here to this level right here, this 383.50s or whatever I drew, which you know happens to be the 120, right? And it bounced, tried to catch a bid and bounced, came up to the 9 EMA and rejected. Now we're trying to crack this level again, which happens to also be my long-term 120. And it's looking like it already cracked past it. Let's zoom in for a closer look. See, it cracked it like way down here. Cracked it decent down here. Tried to crack it again, but now it's trying to bounce. And the level is 383.07. That's where this last wick bounced off at. And now I see some bouncing coming in on Meta. Contract they're up 60%, 60.95%. Let's see what happens. But like at any time now, I could just go ahead and cash out. I could go ahead and realize my gains. I'm just trying to see like if we get more downside continuation, because on the SPY, the present candle is wicking up and rejecting and now cracking past that level again, the 383 383.07. We've cracked that level, and now the SPY is heading further down. It's at 382.80s, 79, trying to crack past the low of the day. See? So this was the low right here. Whatever level that is, 382.74. And we dipped down there and cracked past it for a second, but they're buying it back up. But I see increasing volume. Look, 750,000, 790,000. Here we're at 500,000. The candle isn't over yet though. So if we see increasing volume on this candle and it stays red, we will see this level crack and we'll make a new low, which we're doing now. I mean, a new recent low, because the actual low, the real low on the SPY of the day is over here. So recent low is what I meant. But the low of day is 381.36. 381.36, 381.35. I mean, I'm not too confident that we'll come all the way back down there and crack that level. But this increasing volume, though. Let's see if the volume increases. Now my contracts are freaking up 62.8%. And I could be mistaken, but I think that's the most I've ever been up on some contracts. Look, this thing wants to crack bad. All right, so the volume didn't increase. But it got pretty high. So now if we see more volume comparative to what we've just seen on the last few candles, we can expect this thing to start heading lower. It just messed up my charts. And look at this thing, bro. Just consistently, bro. The opposite of yesterday. That's why they were pumping out all that bullish news yesterday, bro. They pumped out all that bullish news to lead lambs to the slaughter. That's what I mean. I know it sounds kind of crazy and a little insensitive, but look at the chart, bro, and look at the news they were putting out yesterday, bro. And tell me if that doesn't make sense. Look at this. Look at the heat map. Thing still seeing some freaking bearish. Yeah, why can't I say that? Bearish price action. Like, I mean, we're trying to bounce a little bit, but it's stepping down. It's consistently putting in lower lows. Every time it tries to bounce, they hit it with a bunch of red prints. Look, and create a wick. Look at that. The SPY is now fighting with that more recent low. It's underneath it though. I'm gonna go back to the 10-minute on my SPY. Got a lot of levels around here. Let me get rid of these levels. Because we're far beneath the 120 now. on the SPY. All right. Apple's trying to bounce over here. Apple's trying to bounce off the one. Looks like it's like around 148. $148. Apple came down and bounced off of. And it's looking like it's trying to bounce with some strength. At the same time, I was seeing a bunch of green prints on Meta. Look. But, I mean, 129.20s, 129.25. I mean, that could be a key level somewhere, but looking at this price action, I wouldn't be trying to buy no dip around here. Maybe at the 129.50, but we already cracked that. The 130, but we already cracked that. So, contracts are up 64%. Now, the next level where we could possibly bounce off of and stop the hemorrhaging would be 128.50. And possibly, if we crack that, it looks like we're cracking because my chart's moving. When it jerks down like that, that means it's jerking down to make more room for downside action. So 128.50s, I mean, if that thing cracks, 124.80s. Look at that. We just like gapped down, bro. Look, what happened right here? There's a gap here where we just gapped down. Look, there's some missing space here. The thing just gapped. The thing gapped past. Oh. The thing just gapped from 129.45 down to 129.25. It just gapped down 20 cents. There was no price action in between. Look at this. Look, the thing just gapped. That doesn't bode well. Not for bulls. Bruh, contracts up 64.76%. I think that's a new record for me. But I see bouncing coming in on Apple and the big boys in general. Look, more red prints. I'm starting to see some green prints. But like, what I'm afraid of is if we gap down like that on the 10-minute chart, we could possibly gap back up. If some buying comes in. See, on the 5-minute chart, you don't really see the gap. But on that 10-minute, the thing freaking just gapped. I don't think I've ever seen a stock or equity like gap like that in the middle. Well, now I don't see the gap. The hell? Well, it was there for a second. I mean, I got it recorded too. All right, let's see, because we're seeing some bounce come in on Apple. Also, the Q's in the SPY, but the SPY is like basically wicking up and rejecting off the 120. And this and now I'm up 67.62% on the contracts. And now you see why I didn't go ahead and stop out yesterday when I was feeling all that pain. 66.67%. Let's check out how the stream's doing. Good numbers on that stream, bro. Look, we dropped 568 frames out of 728,000. 0 frames missed due to rendering lag or encoding lag. And again, that's why I like AMD. Wow. 68.57% on the contracts. You gotta have a high threshold for pain, bro. Cause I was feeling a lot of pain yesterday, bro. A lot of red prints. Bruh. That's pretty weird how they came out with all that bullish news yesterday, right? Wait, where's the bullish news at? This is all from today. But there was bullish news out there yesterday. Yeah, all this. Meta platforms to 200? Jeffries adjusts Meta Platforms price target to 200. Oh, from 225. So I guess that's bearish. But still, even 200. Meta pay partners with JP Morgan. That's bullish. JP Morgan Chase merchants can now receive payments through MetaPay. Bullish. Just saying, bro. They're coming out with all this bullish news yesterday, making it run up. And now look at it. So you can't. You have to think. You have to think for yourself, man. You have to think critically. I got some other content too that I need to work on and get out. It's really good. So it's kind of like about that subject, like thinking for yourself, because a lot of people are out here that have biases and think certain ways, and it's not even their own bias. Now my contracts are up 70%. Like, I want to go ahead and just realize the gains, but I'm afraid of missing out on more downside. So I'm gonna wait and see what happens when the SPY gets down here to the low of day. And the Qs as well, which isn't far away. And then Apple already made a low of day, but it got bought back up at the 148.08. It went down there and touched it twice and wicked up off of it and bounced. So I want to see what happens this third time. Now the Qs, it's better if I just show you. Look at the Qs. This is a 10-minute. Look, the Q's done already cracked past all this basing from market open. I mean, there's a wick right here, but it kind of consolidated and based on this 278.45, and I think it cracked past this wick right here as well. Which is 278.20s or something. So we want to see if this thing could actually crack the 278.20s and get beneath it. And then this is going to be the ultimate test. 277.50. If the Qs get down there and crack that level, and Apple's trying to put in a bullish pattern. They're buying it up with there's a wick on the bottom off of the 148s, 148.50. They're buying it up, trying to bounce it. But at this point, bro, I feel like there's too much downward momentum for any one stock to stop it. Dude, up 71.4% on my contracts. So 71%, bro. That's crazy. Look at this pattern right here, bro. Kind of glad I freaking woke up late. What the hell? Oh, okay. It could have been from me with the trend line. So I thought we were about to crack just now, boy. Like, where's the real trend at? Like, oh. See, that's just moving. That's just for me with the trend line. That shit was. I thought that thing was about to crack for a second. Oh, damn! I see bouncing trying to come in. I see a little baby wick on top. Up 70%. 71.4%. Let's get some music going. Trying to come in. So at this point, like seller exhaustion has to be on the scene, bro. But who knows? Alright, so I was up 70% on the contracts. Now I'm only up 68%. This is a 10-minute chart. Let's go to the 5-minute. toys, dog. What's making me stay in this thing? We're back up at 70%. Yeah, that's it. Hold up real quick. I need to do something. Alright. I'm back. I've seen some bouncing coming in. Look at this thing. 700,000 shares of buying. At the same time, we're trying to see some bouncing coming in on the SPY, the Qs, and Apple. The Qs are bouncing off the 278.20. Apple is bouncing off like that 148, 148.50. Trying to. Look at that. Look at that. Like buying volume right there. But look at the majority of all of these volume bars. And then, I mean, if you count all these, it's probably like 30. So, out of about 25 or 30, only 5 of them are green. So that kind of makes me think that we have more continuation to the downside on the horizon. But at the same time, I mean, dude, I was up like 70% on the contracts at one point. Now it's only 68.5%. And you have to expect some solar exhaustion to come into the market at some point. You really do. Because this has been a sell-off. A sell-off of sell-offs. I'm talking about, like, I don't remember seeing a sell-off like this in a minute. Like, maybe off a number print, that's about it. But just during regular trading, during a regular trading period, I don't know. This is a 10-minute chart, bro. Each one of these candles is 10 minutes. And this thing has systematically stepped down. But I'm expecting seller exhaustion to come in here. Well, I'm up 68.5% on the contracts. At one point, I was up 70%. And now, look, this candle is finally putting in a bullish pattern and breaking above the previous candle. So that could signify a reversal. But I'm going to go ahead and put the true reversal level right here at the 129.44. I do see bullishness coming in on the SPY, the Qs, and Apple. But Apple it based, put in a higher low, and then put in a lower low, but well, no, it based, put in a higher low, and it's basing again. But the candle looks weak, and it's underneath the 9. So Apple's yet to break above this chop, but it's looking like it wants to, as you can see right here. See that? We based, put in a higher low, and based again. And now we're trying to break above this chop right here, all these candles. And it looks like that's what it's doing. See, it's trying. But it's yet to break above that. See? Keep in mind, this is a 10-minute chart. So look, this candle never got back up here to this level, 148.85. There's a baby wick up there, and then it's starting to look bearish. But you could look at this little price action right here as the beginnings of a reversal, because look, base, then higher low, and base. So depending on what happens on this candle. See? It's squeezing up. And that's a higher low right there. Right now. But the candle hasn't closed yet. Let's check out the 5-minute. See, it got back up there to that level where the chop, where it needed to break above the chop and reject it. And it cracked the 9, which is bearish. And now it's trying to crack the short term. Now, if we see this candle break below these wicks right here, I think that's 148.50 exactly where these wicks are at. Now, if we crack that, and now my contracts are only up 67.2%. No, 68. Well, now it just changed, 68.5%. At one point they were up 70%. So let me go ahead and focus on my position here. Seeing those red prints, I want to look at the 5-minute. Oh, look at that pattern, bro. What do you call that? What do you call that pattern? That pattern is the opposite of the stairway to heaven. That thing's the stairway to hell, bro. No, no, no. Like, I feel like by me staying in this position right now, it really makes no sense, bro. I'm like up. I'm up a lot on it. I'm up a lot on it, bro. So I think I should go ahead and cash out. But look at all those red prints, though. Dude, every time, bro. Every time I think I should go ahead and realize my gains, look at this. Look at the SPY. This thing's about to make a new low, bro. Look how close it is to make it a new low on the day, bro. The low on the day is 381.34. We're trading at 381.57. So basically a quarter away, bro. 25 cents away from making a new low of day on the SPY. The Qs are basically the same thing. They're trading at 277.99. The low of day is 277.45. So about 50 cents away on the Qs. And Apple is trading within a tight range. It's about to either break out to the upside or the downside. So depending on what happens on that, is going to determine if I get out or not. Contracts back up to 69.5%. I'm just looking for the 70%, bro. Once I get back to being up 70%, I'm just gonna go ahead and get out and realize my gains. Oh Lord. 70.48%, bro. Oh man. Nah, bro. The SPY's about to make a new low, bro. And so are the Qs. Look at this. Bro, that's what I hate about Active Trader, bro. Look. Look how close the SPY is to making a new low of day, bro. 381.50s are where we're trading at. The low of day is 381.34. Right around here. That's crucial. If the SPY cracks low of day, you can expect everything else to head lower. And then look at the Qs. Look how close the Qs are. Low of day is 277.45. Right now they're trading at 277.75. So about 30 cents away. Bro, this is what I don't like about this. And this is a 10-minute chart. Dude, look at this. Systematically stepped down. Came off this consolidation level and bounced back up to the 9 and then rejected. Now Apple has broken above the chop. And that's why we're seeing like some bullishness coming in right here. Apple's broken above the chop. It broke off that range to the upside, and it's trying to reclaim the 9 EMA. And god damn it, my contracts aren't up 70% anymore. That sucks. Now, the Qs and the SPY wicked down decent. And the new candle did open below the previous candle. But now the price action in body is operating inside the wick of that previous candle. So it's operating inside the wick area of the previous candle. But the body opened below the body of the previous candle. So that is a bearish pattern. It's hard to call though. Because look, we're seeing some like Meta's seeming like it found the bottom down here and trying to base. Like right around here. At this 128.65. And you can tell it wants to bounce by the wicks. See the wicking on the bottom? Look, wick, wick, wick. So it, and then the 9 is right above it. So that's why it's having trouble trying to bounce. Rest of the video, question mark. Oh, this thing's trying to bounce, man. But the the SPY and the Qs are still looking bearish, but Apple's putting in a bullish type pattern here. Look, we came down here and look, based, put in a higher low, based, put in a higher low, nice wick on the bottom, then put in another higher low with another wick. And now we're trying to break past the 9 EMA. So that's bullish. If Apple breaks past the 9 EMA, a reversal is imminent. And then look at this. Meta trying to bounce. Bunch of green prints. I don't know why I didn't get out when I was up 70%. 70+%. Again, that's just me being greedy. And greed will get you messed up. I think I'm about to close out. And look, every time I start getting a lot of text messages and notifications, my position always goes against me. It's just something that I've noticed. I think Apple's putting in a bottom here and reversing. So any people that are long buys, this might be your chance. This might be your time to go ahead and grab some. If it's not Apple, you know, just make sure it's a large cap or mega cap, because now I was up 70% on my contracts. Now I'm only up 65%. And if this thing moves any more against me, I'm getting out. I just want to see what happens when we get to this level right here. But again, I don't even know what that level is. So I might just get out. I think that was a level I drew where we had gapped for a second. So it's probably a meaningless level. Bullishness coming in. Definitely on Apple. So if you're long biased, again, think about grabbing some calls to the upside. Think about grabbing the 150 calls on Apple. The 150 calls, closest expiration. And be ready to stop out. I'm seeing some red prints, but then some green prints. Look, I'm seeing some red prints. I see a wick on top. I'm seeing red volume come in. Only thing that is concerning is we have now reclaimed the 9 EMA. Reclaim the 9. And that's my cue. Look, only up 65%. And that's it, bro. It's been a nice ride. But I will not let this thing go back against me, bro. And like, look, that thing's looking bullish. I'm out. All right, bro. I locked in my gains, bro. It's been real. I should have got out down here. I was up like 71%, bro. 72%, but I ain't mad. It's not about home runs, it's about base hits. Decent little trading period there. Look, I feel like the reversal's coming in. So all my long bias people, like, I feel like, I mean, give it a second, but if this thing crosses over the 9 EMA, you got some potential room to the upside, at least to VWAP. Again, I'm not a financial advisor though. So take what I say with a grain of salt. But that's a bullish looking pattern right there. But at this point, like, you know, I've hit my price target. You know what I mean? Close out my position, realize my gains. Felt a lot of pain the last day or so, and like I'm done for today. You know, I don't usually trade this late. But look at that bullishness coming in. If you're long biased, you might be interested in this price action. Doesn't have to be on Meta. Any large cap, mega cap, anything that's correlated with Apple, the Qs, or the SPY. You feel me? This strategy doesn't apply to small cap, low float, piece of shite tickers. All right? It only applies to real companies with real and proven fundamentals. Look, that thing, look. Red zone volume coming in, bro. It could just be a healthy pullback for the bulls though. You never know. And just watch it, and just to see what happens. No, yeah, yeah. If you're long biased, I would be looking at all this green right here, and looking at Apple putting in a bullish pattern along with the Q in the spot, the Qs and the SPY, and trying to go ahead and grab me some calls to the upside. That's just me. And we're in power hour. I didn't even know we were in power hour. I mean, at this point, like, bro, if you haven't already put in your traded and did whatever you were gonna do, I would probably just say just stay out the markets. I didn't realize it was this late. Look at them red prints. The thing like look like it might want to reject, bro. All them red prints. Anyways, it's been real. You feel me? As usual, if you learned anything or found value, You feel me? You know, in the live trading and in the price action and real time analytics. Go ahead and hit the like, sub, hit the bell, and get the hell over to my Patreon and Discord to sign up for that daily morning briefing and watch list, which gives you that edge, brethren. Peace.